that alternator will put out.
Oh yeah, but it runs it alright.
That definitely jumped you up there, though, your audio. You know, your signal came up, too, but not as much as your audio.
Yeah, I like the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like my little 4-field. That key's 30 and swings about 350.
Yeah, I get about 4 out of this one.
Yeah, mine's all swing. It was set up to be a modulator for a bigger box.
Oh yeah.
But I've been running it like that for almost 20 years, and that motherfucker get on down.
Oh yeah, that's what I like about this one. I've had it about 8 years, so yeah, it's been a pretty good one.
What kind is that?
It looks like an old Messenger one, but I don't know what kind it is. It's never had a name on it.
A template.
I keep it on the high side, just run it. Yeah, I need to get a resistor port so I can get my preamp back.
Oh, it's doing the job, that's for sure.
My poor radio, it needs help.
And that's what the motor on right there.
Yeah, 10-4. Good morning, 244. I hear you out there.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, this radio needs a little help.
Hello, 244.
Yeah, morning.
Yippers.
Damn it, who's fixing breakfast?
Smoking Joe.
I'll go hungry.
Oh, that's right.
Actually, I think it was about that
Yeah, I know.
Yep, Gary makes for good birth control, too. One thought of him, you lose the mood.
Doesn't sound like it. He's up there. Must be one of them women drivers. What are you doing over there, 244?
I'll just have a smoke, cup of coffee.
Yeah, well, 244. I'm not a fan of it anyway. Yeah, been a pretty good old box. Some guy was cleaning out a house and he put it on Marketplace, and I'll buy it from him, and I've been using it ever since.
Yeah, there's a 4-pill messenger for sale on eBay right now for $180.
Yep, I just don't know what they really got. But mine's a SD 1446 is in mine.
And they got a nice X-Force 400 too.
Oh yeah.
$600 on eBay.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, they ain't too bad.
I've never seen one like this before. It's a vintage X-Force 400 XT.
Oh, damn. XT, huh?
Yeah, 10-4.
I miss my old boomer.
I had a Boomer Deluxe 500 at one time. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, the one I had, it was, it did about almost 750. But the wrong guy got it. Alright, I turned it off now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, I got my variable way down too.
Well, I'll be a little louder, but I'm in my product cubby hole.
Yep. Now if I turn it all the way up here, it makes a hell of a difference there. That's all the way there.
Well, it's definitely getting out, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, got that little sweet spot.
Damn it. Went and got 11 stitches last week and blew 11 stitches this week. Popped every damn one of them. I'm going back to the OU Medical Center, though. I'll do it myself this time.
Put some super glue on it.
It might be just a little bit too big for super glue.
Alright, you get it pulled together, run a strip of super glue on it, you're good to go.
Yep.
Now, you know, a lot of places, that's what they do now. They use the super glue to glue the shit back together.
That's what I plan on doing, stitching it up, but I wasn't thinking about the super glue till Rattlesnake mentioned it, but yeah, it sounds like it'd be a good idea.
Might sting a little bit, but it'll hold it together.
Well, the reason is right there on my forearm, underneath my forearm, and I've got forearms that look like Popeye, so, you know, there's a lot of pressure under there. Splatter boxes out there.
Where?
Oh, if that was you on another channel saying hello, then it must have been you.
I was checking this other jumper that I put on the box.
Yeah, 10-4. Yep, it definitely bleeds over.
Yeah, it's a little bit shorter, so yeah, it's working. Damn, it stayed right there where I want it too.
Yeah, say something else.
Yeah, yeah.
You said that's on high right now?
Yep, that's on high, but I ain't got the box on. This is with the box on.
Yeah. They brought your audio up more than your signal, but yeah, it's definitely there.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't think it'd be worth a damn, but just by looking at it, don't look like a very good kicker, but it does the job. Just looks like an old messenger, old kicker.
Other than that one on eBay, I really haven't found any more.
Yeah, well, I got that other one, but that's that HD 250. It's got the preamp on it. This one here's got the resistor out on it, on the preamp.
I think you can get that resistor for under $1.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, it takes one of the big ones, but yeah, they're pretty cheap.
I'm kind of upset Radio Shack ain't open anymore, man. I used to get my parts from them all the time.
They're still open.
Still open over there? Arkansas. They got a big one over there.
Is that right?
Yeah. They got a little of everything in there.
Just go to RadioShack.com. They still got anything they had, you can buy it on there.
Oh, yeah.
Probably a lot more expensive these days, though.
Yeah. I couldn't put that light on. I'm missing bolts out of it, so it'll be okay. Hell yeah, just swing around all these houses and come back through that, through the middle of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I need to find a couple capacitors for this one.
Blow your horn at old boy. Hell yeah, go out, swing out, come right back down the middle of it, go straight towards the gate. Where you at?
I know the prices sure as hell went up at Radio Shack, though, I bet.
But okay, that'll work too.
Oh, yeah.
Blow your horn at old boy so he knows we're out here. Oh, he's already out here.
Alright, let me get my lights on.
Hey, Rattlesnake, do you know those 102-inch stainless steel whips?
I don't know. The ones they make now are junk, my opinion.
How much are those now? I remember back at Radio Shack you could get one for like $13. I bet they're more than that now.
Yeah, probably. But now if you order it and it gets shipped to you, it's oversized. So you'll be paying a shitload of money.
I heard y'all talking about that last week. I'm glad I got my answer on it when I did.
Looking good, looking good. Blow your horn.
Red light.
10, boy. Boy, that's a little bitty skinny motherfucker. That might be a 13 wide.
Yeah, I don't even think I need 2 lanes, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Better safe than sorry. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. Hello? Anybody out there? Anybody out there? Come on. Oh, hey, never mind.
That didn't sound good at first.
Well, no, I was going to tell you that your soda pop's back here, but you already got it.
Fuck yeah, I did. I was thirsty, boy. I forgot at the E.
What does that flavor taste like?
Cherry Coke.
Regular one, man. That is, fuck, what was it? God damn it. Dr. Pepper. No, wait a minute. What the fuck? Cream soda, Dr. Pepper with cherry in it. It came straight out of the fountain like that. Cream soda, Dr. Pepper with cherry, yes. Well, I had to push the little cherry button, but yeah, cream soda, Dr. Pepper.
Why don't you just give up your man card and go get you a fucking dress and some lipstick?
Did you get all my text last night?
Which one?
Around 1:30, 1:45, somewhere's in there.
So you'll need a wake up?
Yeah, I told you I might need a wake-up call.
Did you at least catch anything?
I caught a little catfish, Mama caught a little sand bass, and that's about it. Fuck, it's supposed to have been me and Mama, and then Caitlin, Candace, and the two boys. Because I wanted to take the two boys out fishing because of last time we was out, we couldn't go fishing. Well, it ended up being me, Mama, Caitlin, and Candace. There for a while, then fucking Charlie and Gentry showed up with their fucking kids.
What the fuck?
And I was like, God damn, dude. As soon as I seen all of them coming down the hill, I was like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. So I sat back there in the back. Hell, I watched everybody fished, and I had my pole out. That's when I caught my little catfish. Mama, she kept tangling up her fucking poles. Caitlin and Candace, they don't know how to fish at all. I kind of helped Candace, and Caitlin, she just acted like she knew what she was doing, but she wasn't doing no good. But fucking, Candace was sitting there fishing with a spinnerbait at night. And what she was doing, she was casting it out and letting the spinnerbait sitting on the bottom of the water lake. I was like, you ain't gonna catch nothing with that. She said, I don't know what I'm doing. I was like, here, let me show you.
Damn, that's wild.
And then Charlie and Gentry, they sit up there and fished, and god damn. But they sit up there and fished, and then old redhead boy, what's his name? Aiden, he sat there for...
Hell yeah, old redhead boy.
Fucking what's her name is he? She just sit there talked and this and that, and fucking being a smart ass and all that shit, and yeah, whatever.
What happened? Did I turn too hard or something?
Well, you had that house leaning.
What's different? We do it with the big houses.
Yeah, but this one's tall and skinny.
Oh, so I can't really treat it like that, you know? I'm still figuring it out.
You'll be all right.
So we're turning left at this first light, right?
Well, we're getting on 40 headed towards Shawnee, yes.
Yeah, it's still shaking.
Go for it. There ain't nothing coming. You can make that. You could have, anyways.
Trying to put it back into gear. Hold on. I'm out of practice. You gotta work with it.
All right, I'm going to call Jeff, let him know we're headed that way. All right, we're getting on 40. We're headed your way.
Oh, radio.
After that red car, you can get this next lane. Do you think it's still the rear tire?
I don't know. I don't really feel it in my seat. I feel steering wheel now. come over one.
Come on.
Where are we going, driver?
Hello. 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 Anybody out there?
Yeah, stand by, can you hear it?
Is there anybody out there? Is there any? Making his way up to you. Give him just a second, let him get by. Hello. 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 Hello.
Buffalo.
I don't think anybody stayed home and slept in the bed.
Can y'all choose to have your group therapy session on a different channel, please?
I'm getting practice. Well, it looks like another quiet day.
Yeah, you're breaking up, whoever that was.
Anybody got a copy on this radio? Copy on this. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Scatterbox, I can hear you.
Negative copy. Negative copy.
Well, I wonder if I'm still steering.
You got a copy on me, more.
Yeah, I got a copy. Yeah, you might want to change your mic. That one sounds like crap.
Got a squeal.
Sound like that colorblind technician been working on that thing.
Oh no, colorblind technician probably do a better job. Well, Buffalo only got 3 stitches to go.
don't care what anybody says. It's hot out there.
Hell yeah, it is.
Time to sit down and sip on some more coffee.
That's right. Good morning there, 13.
Morning to you. How you doing?
Oh, staying cool, that's for sure.
I know you're right. Yeah, I got the trailer hitch pin cut off and went and washed the car and bought a new trailer hitch pin. Went and watered the turkeys and made sure they're all okay, and now I'm going to sit down and relax for a minute.
Oh, yeah. You just be careful out there in that heat today. It's going to be a hot one.
I know you're right. Well, I guess I only have one more thing to do, and let's go pick up the trailer and go pick up his toolbox. That should be an experience.
Sounds like you're having all kinds of fun over there.
Yeah, aren't I? Everybody should do that. I'm surprised the channel ain't hopping.
I'm pretty certain that there's a few sandbaggers out there, but yeah, it was rolling about an hour ago.
I suppose that hot RS4 that's been over here for fucking neighbor.
I know you're right. I think that's pretty much when I left.
Me and Keela were up here a couple weeks ago, and I looked over there, and it was gone. So it's probably been gone a month or so.
I wonder what sucker they found to bite.
Fuck, I don't know. I guarantee you, even though it was a repo, they probably didn't take. They took less than that 84 they wanted. They didn't take much less for it.
Audio, 1, 2, 1, 2. One more time. Audio 1, 2. 1, 2, audio.
What are you over there playing with?
Yeah, this mic sounds better. I'm just trying to decide which mic I want to use on this radio. I think this one's better.
It's got more mid and highs, no bass.
Drink more coffee, 13.
I'm working on it.
No, that's all right.
Drink more water.
Yeah, you gotta drink a lot of water too.
I haven't heard Charlie Delta out here lately. I hope he's okay.
Oh yeah, America. Getting warm outside. Yo, no skip land. Dead mofo. Damn it. Went to put on there that Oklahoma City CV radio's dead.
to wash that thing?
No.
I can tell, it's so racked out. Oh God, don't look at the back of your trailer.
What's that?
I wouldn't go look at the back of your trailer soon.
Gotta love it. Pretty quiet.
Yo.
Where is that chocolate Oreo?
No doubt about it. Yeah, Super Glue's working pretty good so far.
I know you're right. Come on.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much.
Damn it, I'll be back.
Oh, Roger, right on.
Listen, y'all heard him say it. He's got a little thing there.
No skip today, it sounds like.
all that matters, brother. Hey, Clint, you have someone calling you, brother. Hello, Elmer Fudd, Kingpin waving. Quick call, it's Elmer Fudd waving a hand at you, buddy. He said 42 rods. Thanks for the nickel, Kingpin. All right, fellas. I gotta go cool off. I'm sweating balls. 10-4. What did you say, Hillbilly? I just sat down in the truck with the air conditioner on, but I haven't stopped sweating yet. It just takes a minute. It'll work.
Hell yeah. Feel a whole lot better. Empty bladder. Oh, nice little dead key. Tried audio. No doubt. Well, the dead key was flickering like it was losing connection somewhere, but they didn't have no audio. Yeah, probably mobile. It more likely was. The antenna was losing connection. Had a driver come through yesterday who was doing that. And his buddy kept, "Oh, your radio's messing up your radio." He goes, "Oh man, I messed up my good radio last month. This is my backup and it's acting up. I've been trying to figure out why my radio's doing that." And I said, "Dude, I think it's your fucking antenna." Because he came to a stop and everything was perfect. He got to moving back down the road and that son bitch back to fucking jumping and crackling and arcing. I said, "Check your fucking antenna mount, your coax and all that shit. You may have something broke."
Hell yeah.
He didn't want to hear that though.
Hell yeah.
Well, if you wasn't awake, you are now. I got one closer to my house than you do, 102. I know yours is right over by boating, just a couple of blocks, 3 or 4 blocks away, if that at the most. Mine's about a block and a half away. You can hear my background.
Oh yeah, I can hear it real good.
Yeah. I'm on 48, and then there's 49th, between 49th and 51st. That's where that fucker's at.
Hey man, get this cigar stubs. They'll be out of your yard.
Anybody got a copy of that? About yourself,
Anybody got a copy? Hello. Anybody got a copy? Hello. How about you, loudmouth?
Hey, how about a radio check? Anybody out there got a copy on me? Come on. Copy on me? Come on. How about it? Hello. Hello. Anybody got a copy? Anybody got a copy? How about a radio check? How about a radio check?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
For some reason, I'm not getting out very good. It don't sound like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're at, but it sounds good over here.
I'm at 51st and 10.
I'm at 240 and 8.
Am I coming out pretty loud?
There was a little bit of static on that last one.
What about now? Is it okay right there?
Yeah, it sounded about the same.
Somebody had to find me a radio shop. Come in now, you still got a copy? Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to get them repaired. How about now? Does that sound any better? Now, does that sound any better? Guess there's just nobody out there.
Yeah, there you were. It's kind of staticky on that last one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this damn thing. It's not getting out as far as I should.
Yeah, radio's running.
Got a Cobra 29 LCD Classic, but it's got all the fixtures inside of it. It just don't sound good. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I was working good this morning and just quit. I'll get it worked on, figure it out. I think I hit the wrong button right there.
tough, you're going to hit the fucking speed limit.
Got a copy on the hill?
This is near late for a replay. I guess I ought to get sent. Make us think I'm in a hurry.
Everybody's always in a hurry. I know that everybody always in a hurry.
I'd rather just take the time and get it right the first time.
Ain't many people that gonna spend that kind of effort no more.
out there. Give me the wire. They got the gears on. What did you ask about? Let's get a mic check.
Yeah, the whole stop and stuff. bigger one then.
Broken on the right-hand lane unit.
Anybody got a copy? I got a copy. Anybody got a copy? 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 Anybody out there? Hello? Anybody got a copy? Anybody got a copy? Hello? Hello? Anybody out there?
Watching 5 monkeys try to fuck a football.
Man, it's hot out here.
Anybody got a copy?
Yo.
Boy, I had myself a good 30 minutes of entertainment over here.
You got what?
Oh, I had a good 30 minutes of entertainment watching on this camera these 5 monkeys trying to fuck a football. It was hilarious.
Damn it.
My neighbor over here brought in a Tahoe or whatever. Had it dropped off of a rollback wrecker about 6-7 months ago when they moved in. And it just sat out there in front of that house, never moved, never ran. I guess guess cop come through there and slapped an orange toe sticker on it and shit and put a fine on the window, tagged her out of date and all kinds of shit on it. And well, the transmission's cooked in it. And they pouring transmission fluid in it yesterday trying to move it, and it wouldn't go nowhere. And today there were 5 guys out there. They'd push it back up the street a little bit, and then they tried to drive it up in the driveway, and it'd move about 3 feet and stop. And it was hilarious watching them because they'd try to push it toward the driveway, and him racing the shit out of it. They'd push it 3 or 4 feet and quit and give up on it. Finally, after about 30, 35 minutes, they got it up in the driveway, just barely out of the street, and they left it.
God damn, all they had to do is get behind and push it with something.
Well, I didn't think they wanted to quite use a little Pontiac Fiero or whatever the fuck that thing is over there. I would have offered, but I was just going to see what kind of effort these goddamn fuckers were going to do. Because I'd have just told them I'd have pushed it up the street with it about backwards, and then got up there in the cul-de-sac with my truck and shoved it back down real fast and let them drive it up in there. But hell, these neighbors over here, they're kind of a little bit strange, different. I think she may be Arabic or something. He's a white boy, but he seems like he's about a motherfucker with no common sense.
Ain't the same ones that were tweaking out with the lights and shit at night?
Oh, yeah, the old girl walking around between the houses at fucking 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning with a flashlight.
Yeah, she's talking about them ones working on cars out there fucking middle of the night or whatever, tweakers.
Yeah, all I know is she'd walk out there to the trash cans at fucking midnight. They sleep all day and then they wake up at night. So yeah, we had some of those up the street. They finally quit doing that shit.
Tweaker.
I just don't see how, man, motherfuckers can live like that. Yeah, and then the fool on the other side of him, he wants to get drunk and start firing off guns in the middle of the night. Well, he did that shit here a few nights ago, rounded off about 15 rounds. And then the neighbor across the street, she called the cops on his ass. And he tried to tell the cops, oh man, somebody drove by and shot at my car. Somebody shot at my car. And I voluntarily went and looked at all my camera footage. There wasn't a car come up this street anywhere within 3 hours of that. It was him doing it.
Hell of a deal.
Yeah, he ended up going to jail.
Hell yeah.
3 nights later, he went out there and did the same shit, but the cops were sitting in the park. They come up there and got him for discharging a firearm in the city limits. And then being drunk and disorderly because he was out in the street.
Hey, just take him out. See, I don't know, there's a nut out here shooting this stuff, so I just took him out.
Hell yeah.
Well, I done, me and about 4 or 5 other neighbors running and talk this so much keep up, and he's gonna start having a real rough time living there. It ain't gonna be the first one we've done that way. Can't control the whole world, but we can goddamn half-ass meter what goes on this fucking block right here, and we will do it. Yeah, the one that did the gun ripping, hell, here back, oh shit, was it last summer? Hell, him and his brother were down there fucking drinking and carrying on, and I guess the brother got pissed, started beating on a fucking Suburban down there, or Tahoe, whatever the fuck it is, with a ball bat. He come out the door, the fight started, they were out in the street, and these dudes are 350 pound plus, they're big old boys, big round boys. And they were out there fucking fighting it up, even just right after daylight. I mean, they were getting it on, and fucking cops rolled around the corner, fucking 4 deep. One of them hollered out, hit the fucking ground, and the one did, the brother that visited over there, he hit the ground, he spread out. This dude, hell, he decided he wanted to be fucking Rambo. He said, fuck you, motherfuckers, I ain't bullshit, blah, blah. And that cop goes, just heard that, goes, boy, don't make me. Do not make me. And they jumped on him like fucking stink on shit. It was funny watching them two fight. It looked like two walruses. They'd run up and slam their chest into each other and push each other back, and that's about all they were doing.
Hell yeah.
Sometimes that shit's comical, man, but then it comes to a point where it's got to stop. And this old boy knows, man, every time him and his brother get around each other drinking, they don't get along, this shit happens. I just told this old boy over here, my neighbor, I said, man, y'all just too much alike. What the problem is, you don't want to fly your mouths, but you don't know how to fucking want to shut up. And y'all just conflict. I got a bonus daughter and a granddaughter. It's like that. My mama was always talking shit about the girl, this and that, and the girl, well, mama this, and this. I'm like, you know what y'all's problem is? Y'all too much alike. You don't, neither one of you know how to shut the fuck up. She'll argue back and forth with that kid, and I'm like, why in the fuck you arguing with a kid? My day, you didn't argue with your parents. You just, if you opened your mouth too many times, you had the shit knocked out of you. End of story. You damn sure didn't disrespect them.
Well, how about that shit?
Station WXK85 in Oklahoma. Space, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 99, the dew point 66, and the 22. The pressure was 30. The temperature was 100, the dew point. chance of showers until midnight.
No doubt about it. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
owner re-drywalled the entire garage and painted it, which was very nice. But he put a texture on it, almost like a skim coat to make.
They were charged in a criminal complaint in connection with their involvement in a plot to murder a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin in New York City. You know, they were planning on blowing up the restaurant in Georgetown down there as well, with the Saudi ambassador, a guy that I used to work with for several months in Saudi Arabia, Adel Al-Jaber, and they were going to blow him up at a restaurant, Cafe Milano, in Georgetown, and that plot was stopped because, you know, we stopped some of them, but isn't that amazing stuff? And the Democrats, they're angry with Trump. They're angry with Trump because they had to sneak, maybe the CIA, they had to sneak President Trump off of Air Force One in Ankara, Turkey, and the food service truck, while the press corps got on. You know, there is a room, a space in aboard Air Force One for the press with, you know, rows of airline seats, and it's the travel pool that always stays close to the president in case big things happen, and it's a good system. But the president was in such grave danger that it was decided to move him off of Air Force One to another comparable, similar airplane, also with the 89th Airlift Wing at Joint Base Andrews. But never mind that. Now, this is pretty wild stuff. All of it is pretty wild stuff. Now let's go to David Axelrod. The Democrats like to call him Axe. You can axe him anything is what they mean by calling him Axe, I think. But David Axelrod, who was a Chicago news reporter, and then he was a Democrat political operative, and he can be either because it's the same thing, really. But here is David Axelrod, and he went on CNN because he's really upset that the president didn't use himself as a decoy when Iran was trying to assassinate him.
It was kind of stunning to think that all those on the plane were sort of a decoy there and were not told that the president wasn't on board, and that the deception was continued even after he was safely returned to Washington.
Well, because we know that you guys, first of all, who leaked it? All right? Because we know that you guys go spreading the news, and now you're giving away presidential security specifics that may have to be used again. Iran is still trying to kill the president of the United States, and the Democrats say, well, of course they're trying to kill the president of the United States. It's all his fault. They're literally on the side of Iran, and again, the Obama White House funded Iran, the Islamic Revolution in Tehran, with billions of dollars to help them spread their radical Islamic jihadi terror, to help them build nuclear weapons to use against us. The Democrat Party is a death cult. I want to get to that, too. Here's David Axelrod on CNN. He's very upset.
The thing here that's a little disturbing is that if the president if they needed to take such extraordinary steps to protect the president because the threat level was so high, the American people deserve to know that the threat level was that high in this particular case, that he had to take such an extraordinary measure.
Extraordinary. You can't pronounce these words. They use the words, but they don't know what they mean. And then, the poor press. Now, again, if the president had been on the plane, it would have made no difference to anybody on the plane. Here's David Axelrod.
And then the other piece of it is that, in fact, everyone on that plane was a decoy. If they felt that it was unsafe to be on the plane, then it was unsafe for everybody else to be on the plane as well. So they at least deserve to know, if not then after, why this was happening.
Yeah, well, you guys are backing Iran, so we can't tell you. You guys are backing Hamas, so we can't tell you. You guys are anti-Semites, and, he's got Jewish grandchildren. You might want to kill him for that. You people, can I just say? So they're very upset. It's about presidential security, and they make it all about themselves. Isn't it interesting that it's all about them? But what about me? Don't you know who I am? Nobody can name one of the reporters. White House reporters used to be famous a long time ago. now there are 5,000 cable channels, and the internet is in everybody's hand all day long. So nobody knows any reporters anymore. We were talking about this the other night out and about on the town. We were at a tavern and talking about how nobody knows any of their local news anchors anymore. Because it used to be famous. A news anchor would walk into a restaurant and you'd say, oh, there's Jim Vance, and everybody knew Jim Vance. And he was a big deal. Now, nobody knows the local news anchors anymore. They used to make, $1 million, and now they make like $750 an hour. Things are not what they used to be. And the press, they had to bring Air Force One out. What do you think they should have done? Put you on commercial airplanes and alert? It's presidential security. Too bad. So sad. Ridiculous people. Honestly. Man, oh man. All right, now let's get back to where the Democrats are, because they're very unwell, and I still got to get to some of the election day stuff as well. We just did get one soundbite out of Wisconsin, but let's go to President Trump from the 2019 State of the Union address. President Trump at the Capitol, State of the Union 2019, about whether we're going to become a socialist country as the Democrats wish.
Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country.
No Democrats cheered. Every Democrat sat on their hands. Maybe one got up. Democrats never chant USA. They just firebomb stuff and and assassinate people. They're not on Team America at all. Now let's go to their friend Hassan Piker. He loves the fact that Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th and killed more than 1,000, kidnapped hundreds, raped and tortured and murdered. Here is the Democrat voice of he's an influencer, Hassan Piker.
Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Even this much. He was holding his right index finger half an inch over his right thumb. Doesn't matter. He rapes, go ahead and kidnap and rape and murder Israeli women. Makes not one bit of difference to him. He does not care. They don't care about human life. Now we got to get to this idiot because he's such an idiot. Joe Scarborough, he used to pretend to be a Republican. He was a member of Congress. He's a fashion plate. He's a poser and a fraud. And here's the thing. Everybody that has worked with him and everybody that knows him over the years, nobody likes him. Everybody dislikes him. He was disliked on Capitol Hill as a fake Republican congressman. He is disliked on TV as a fake journalist, being a Democrat Party shill at MS-13 DNC. And here's Joe Scarborough yesterday. It was yesterday morning. We didn't catch it yesterday morning. But he's very upset that Hassan Piker is leading the Democrat Party into jihad and civil war. Here's Joe Scarborough.
I don't need people telling me.
He's angry.
Oh, you have to just turn a blind eye to people saying that women getting raped on October 7th didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. No, Americans aren't going to support that. This is not about me.
None of it matters.
This is about the Democrats, once again, fumbling the football on the 2-yard line when they have a chance to make great gains, but being so woke, I don't know if you want to call it woke 1, woke 2, or woke 3, but being too woke to call out the obvious.
Mika is sitting next to him, his semi-inflatable flotation device of a third wife, sitting next to him smiling and batting her eyes like she's looking at a high school football player. And she's trying to look coy. Oh, why are you so upset? Well, of course they love rape. You guys love illegal alien gangs coming in from Venezuela and raping and murdering women on college campuses and on hiking paths. And you guys never bat an eye about any of that. There's no George Floyd that you guys have created all the young women that have been attacked and raped and murdered by your illegal aliens that all you people waved in. Amazing. Joe Scarborough yesterday, very, very upset.
I swear to God.
Today, training camp is open. The countdown to kickoff is on.
And it's time to get in the game.
iHeartRadio is the
official home of the NFL Podcast Network.
Get the insight before the headlines with NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal.
Thank you to Sean McVay. Chasing a fantasy title, the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast helps you draft like a genius.
And hopefully it helps you guys out.
Must be nap time in CB land.
On the Buffalo Show. Kibbo back.
radio check.
Yeah, come on.
Appreciate it. that by saying every single offensive and true fact that she knows. How'd she do?
Recently, I pissed off the entirety of the black community, and you know what I decided? I'm not getting enough hate, so here's a gigantic list of things that's going to piss everybody off. Pakistan is better than India in literally every single way. The reason why Asian people and Asian kids in particular do so well in school and go into high-income professions is because they feel like if they fail, their parents won't love them, and they're probably right. The reason why we have so much mental illness in the white community is because we teach our kids not to only hate themselves, but to also hate their ancestors. One of the reasons that other communities are outperforming white communities is because WASPs keep kicking out their kids at 18 years old and telling them to figure it out. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. Help your kids. You chose to bring them into this world. Hispanic people are hard workers until it comes to learning English or coming into this country legally. The money the Hispanic community spends on quinceañeras would be put to much better use, either investing it in their children's name in the stock market or in investing in their daughter's education. Part of the reason there's such a crime problem in the black community is because you guys keep assaulting your children. Studies have shown time and time again that assaulting your child as discipline and whooping them as often as black people do and as normalized as it is, causes your children to be more likely to go to jail. It's not poverty, it's because you keep beating your kids into submission like a slave master. Being transgender comes from a deep self-hatred, especially if you were sexually abused as a child, because you want to be literally anybody but yourself and the person that this awful thing happened to, so you become somebody else. Being fat is a choice, and it is unhealthy. As a Christian, the reason why a lot of people hate us is because a lot of Christians are the HOA president of and they use Jesus as their excuse. Catholics, we can't tell people to submit to Rome until we figure out the whole, priest thing with kids. If an Indian and a Pakistani got in a fist fight, my money's on the Pakistani. But if India and Pakistan went to war, my money's on India simply because they have more bodies to throw at the problem. But at the end of the day, the Pakistani military is better.
your right turn on your trailers out.
On who?
Say, right turn signal on the trailers.
On which trailer?
IMC.
Roger that. He probably ain't got it on. Morgan, somebody back here saying we got a trailer light out. It was a different truck. I thought he was talking to me.
Fuck it, I don't need them anyway.
Okay, I turned now. Everybody else look out.
I'll do what I want.
He said something about whatever you got it on. I said, who? He said, you got a right turn signal out on your trailer. I said, who? He said, you got a right turn trailer out on your signal. I said, what trailer?
How much that?
Yeah, probably so.
deal. No doubt about it. Yeah, goat head. Yeah, motherfucker.
America, America, America. Come on back.
I know you're right, no doubt.
Anybody go to bed early? Would you go to Wally World? Oh, you said wrong. I'm down here in Moore. Joe. Are you mobile? Oh, where you headed to? Oh, wow, I wish I could go with you. Got some good friends over there in Las Cruces.
Oh, yeah. Just hip-hop minutes away or so. Stage station there has an instrument that you can produce.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I love the way they make the enchiladas there. They stack up the tortillas like pancakes. I love it.
Oh, 10-4, you've been there.
Yep. I used to stop at the shed in Santa Fe. And, oh, they got good. That place is busy every evening.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's better from than I am.
Somebody woke up. Yeah, the first time I saw those enchiladas made like that, I said, what the heck? But I got to eat them, and they're fantastic.
Yeah, and boy, they've been cooking there for a couple hundred years.
What, the shed?
Yeah.
Yep. They had one spot left for parking in the parking lot. Attendant moved a do not park sign, let me park there. And it was so full of people. I mean, there was people in there from all over. I met two guys from Moore, Oklahoma up there. And then my wife at that time had to eat at the bar. It was so full.
Then, boy, I can't get my truck in there, so I don't get to go there very much anymore.
Yep. Well, I was staying in a hotel there. A little gal told me, she said, oh, you need to go just down the street here on your right. Well, I stopped at a gas station to fill up my car. And guy said, no, you don't want to go there. He said, you need to go to the shed.
Yes, sir. I think it's cooler down there than it is up here right now.
Probably.
Although it's only 102 right here on the 240. It was 104 between here and Tulsa.
I hope it's cooler down there. Yep. Anyway, that's a pretty good place, and I love their pecans.
The only thing about Las Cruces is the shit smell over on the west side where the city sewer is by the TA.
What is the bad thing about it?
The sewer is over on the west side of town on 10th, and you smell
what everybody's been eating for a couple of days.
Oh, I see. Yep. Trying to think of that place down there. My wife had a friend that lived down across the Las Cruces. What was the name of Baldo?
I don't know it.
Just right next door there.
Hooey. Well, you have to get down. I'm going to focus on this construction so I don't bang into anybody.
Well, you have a good trip there, good buddy. You got a few miles to go before you get down there.
Yeah, a little ways. Yes, sir.
Symbol is 73. Be careful.
Okay, this is a Flatlander from Llano Estacado, southeast New Mexico. We gone.
He's gone.
Long gone. Long time ago. Yeah, come on, Miss A. still there, King Richard? Still there, King Richard?
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Buffalo, turn down the heat. Okay, it's got to reach its correct temperature first.
The heat is on. Just when I thought it couldn't get much hotter, I threw up on the farmer's daughter.
Hell yeah. Good grief. Yeah, I think I'm not sure, but I think I heard Charlie Delta a little while ago.
I think that was Roughneck on Mudflap Ridge.
OTM, waving a hand. Hey, waving a hand there, Roughneck. Waving a hand, 102, Buffalo.
With my hand, you keeping cool over?
As long as I stay inside, it's not too bad, but damn, it's a mofo outside.
I got out earlier, and we were stopped and got a hamburger, and there was that siren thing. You could it's right in the parking lot almost. That thing went off, me and her both about jumped out of our skin.
Oh, the 12 o'clock noon tornado siren check?
Yeah, I thought a car was hitting us or something. I was like, what the hell?
Where'd you get a hamburger at?
Over there at that Brahms on Santa Fe, 100 and something.
Down there close to 19th Street?
Yeah. If you go there on a Saturday around noon, get ready, because that siren's right there in the parking lot.
Don't do it.
I usually go to the one close to one of my house, 119th and Western.
Yeah, we was going there, and they started going downhill. Go in there and get biscuits and gravy, and they give you an old biscuit. Gravy was water. I was like, yeah, take it back. So we started going down there, this other one, and they just been pretty good so far. Rattlesnake told me about it. What you been up to over there, Roughneck?
Basically nothing.
Hell yeah, not a damn thing. I'm looking at the moon on Google Earth, trying to find that impact shit.
Trying to find that lost rocket.
Yeah.
Nothing. Looking at the moon on Google Earth.
Mr. Wizard said it hit in our crater. It was already there.
I think it hit right on the edge of it. It was light in the dark.
That was a water spout that did that. I don't think it hit it at all.
I'm sure the Martians already hauled that debris away.
NASA done cleaned up the mess that they tried to create.
Wish they'd hurry up and invade us and take over.
Well, you know, they're going to quit maybe the daylight savings time. Changing that, they half-ass legalized marijuana. Now we need to know the truth about the UFO.
Them of ours flip-flopping on all kinds of bullshit, that gun deal. They say, oh, it's past, they didn't do anything, you can go buy you an SBR silencer and all that, and then they said it only protects people in the lawsuit and not the rest of us. And there ain't nothing changed. It's still the same shit. You go buy one, you gotta fill out all that bullshit, pay the tax. So ain't a damn thing changed.
Shoot, I remember JoJo. Remember JoJo? He was on the radio. He was getting them silencers way back when. I don't know who was making them for him.
I don't know. I think the tax stamp's 0 now, but yeah, I don't know, but they're still tripping out. Said they're still going to enforce the law. You can make one that put an oil filter on it.
Yeah, after, I don't remember how many rounds, he said that they lost their oof and you start hearing the shell again.
Just spin you another oil filter on there.
They don't want to shoot it too much, too fast, catch the oil filter on fire.
I just use the pillow. I don't use the silencer. I just grab a pillow.
Put a potato on it.
I don't know why. need one.
Don't blow your eardrums out. You can shoot it without wearing earplugs.
Shoot, when I went hunting, I never wore earplugs or went shooting. I just fired away.
What?
Yeah, I took a 9-shot 22 pistol shooting. Oh my God, I had a 3-inch barrel. That thing was louder than them 38s them guys were shooting.
I got a Mosin Nagant M44 carbine. It's pretty damn loud.
Yeah, my scary rifle, it's loud as shit.
Yeah, it shoots about a 2-foot flame. Looks cool late in the evening.
Would you use some Dragon Breath rounds?
No Russian surplus.
I almost bought some of them Dragon Breath rounds. I did buy some of them 45 birdshot deal. They look kind of weird, but had like 80 little tiny pellets in each one of the shells. They called it rat shot.
I got some 22 rat shot or mouse shot.
Yeah, we were kids and we was at a pond. I don't remember how old we was, but I had that pistol. I had rat shot in it. Cops come up and they're like, "You got a gun?" And I was like, "Yeah, but it's only got rat shot in it." And he looked at it and he's like, "Just in case a snake comes up?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Be careful with it."
Hell yeah.
He didn't do nothing to me. He just gave it back and said, "Be careful."
Yeah, try that nowadays. They'll be slamming you on the ground, beating you and tase you and take you to jail.
Handcuffed me, dragged me through the shit and threw me in jail.
Hell yeah, SWAT will show up.
It went that same pond. We was out there fishing in the daytime, and damn police helicopter came and landed down there and told us we couldn't fish in there.
Damn, that's a good use of taxpayers' money.
They could have got on their intercom.
Yeah, we were kids, you know, and shouldn't have been bothering us. And we wasn't tearing nothing up or nothing, we was just fishing. stuff we did back then, you did it now, you'd go to jail. Three Stooges is on.
I'm watching the USC prelims.
Fubo.
It's on Paramount Plus. If you're a member of the, whatever's called Walmart Plus shopping, where they deliver food to you, you get that Paramount Plus for free.
Oh yeah, yeah. We do that. Every once in a while we get the food delivered. She was saying something about that.
Then you get 10 cents off a gallon for the gasoline.
find anything on Google Moon?
No.
You look at Google Moon.
Yeah, well, it's on that, the Google Earth Pro app. You can download that application on your computer. It's got Mars, the moon, and you can look around in space. What's fucked up? You can zoom in when it's looking out in space. You can zoom in and look at other galaxies and shit, but they can't fucking zoom in to the moon and show you shit.
Yeah, it's kind of peculiar.
Maybe there's something up there they don't want us to see.
Huh.
They're up there, why can't we get up there?
Hell of a deal. No doubt about it. I know you're right. It's almost hot enough to go swimming. Control like your women. Don't forget your rubber duck. Yeah. Granny with her polka dotted panties. Pretty pink red panties. I put my floaties on my arms and the other ones on my girlfriend's ankles. That way she bobs up and down backwards. Good grief. Uh-oh, we woke up Speedy. Guess we could all get our bathing suits on and go swimming over at Speedy. He got a wading pole big enough for all of us? I don't know. That's right. I used to throw some 40 mil plastic in the back of my truck and fill it up with water, sit out here in the driveway and had me a little pool. That'd work. I just get the water wiggle out.
Maybe you ought to buy a bag of ice or two to throw in it.
Well, we was going to cruise 12th Street with a bunch of people in the back, but we got afraid the tailgate might open and the tidal wave out in the middle of the road.
Hell yeah. Had some of them retards when the gas went up, or they put that shit in the bed of their truck and went and filled it up with gas.
I bet that worked out well.
I had it on video. Yeah, it's slinging out there fucking everywhere.
Probably threw a lit cigarette out and you wouldn't need no gas.
They would have motherfuckers putting gas in plastic bags and all kind of bullshit.
Hell of a deal. Them crackheads down by the Jesus house, they take off their sock, walk around all the gas pumps and trickle what's in the pumps out on their sock, and then they go lay in the shade with the sock over their face, huffing that gas. Used to see them all day long down there on Klein.
Damn it. You said you want my bag.
Yeah, I used to see spray paint cans and walking around with a Coke can up against their nose, and they did the dollar store mouthwash. Seen bottles everywhere for a while. Then you see starter fluid, then you wouldn't see them anymore. Up in that starter fluid, cans everywhere. I'm like, damn, I bet that got them high.
Starter fluid, ether. We used to pitch a half-empty can of PVC, go over the fence and watch them fight over it.
Before it got hard.
I don't know, they'd fight over it to get that can and up on that PVC glue.
All types of that bad stuff. Paint. I had a cousin die from that. He was about 16, 17. Huffing paint. Died of lead poisoning.
Yep, there's one of the guys I grew up with. He was young. That's what happened to him. He sprayed that in the rag, stick the rag in his mouth, huffing that paint. He died.
Sounds good out here in Yukon. He said you couldn't find a can of gold paint within 5 miles of that place because that was their favorite. I don't know what the deal was with gold paint. It had a different effect or something.
Oh my gosh. Big time spawn.
Heck yeah.
That's why, my friends, if you go into Dollar General or a little store, you got to be 18 to buy spray paint nowadays.
Hell yeah, mega.
We could buy it when we was kids, but we didn't have enough money to buy it. Busy saving up our money for patches and the inner tubes for our bikes.
And comic books.
Yeah, Mad Magazine.
I was always saving up my money to buy sea monkeys in the back of the comic books. Then you got it and you thought, what the heck is this?
I used to order all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we ordered them sea monkeys back in the day.
And them Mexican jumping beans.
Yeah, jumping beans. I don't know what all else.
I had the tubes.
Damn, where the hell everybody at?
Put them down there, you know, when you turn them one way, they'd
wait on that barbecue go like
they'd repel.
Damn, somebody gonna bring barbecue over?
Okay,
and then you buy them.
Now what? You know, played with it for about 2
hours. Oh, well, I said that. If you buying, I'll cook it.
So your mom walks in, she's like, what the hell? Like some of that rabbit been meowing out in that backyard?
Do what?
You like that rabbit been meowing out backyard?
The rabbit in the backyard?
Yeah, I've been back there meowing.
Oh. A rabbit meowing, okay.
Otherwise, you're cooking cat back there.
Hell, I ain't got no cats back here running around, not with them hounds.
Remember them little
hounds in the backyard, the birds and the squirrels even leave the yard.
Had some kind of material in the middle and a clear plastic sheet on the top. And you had this little plastic pencil thing and you could draw on it. And then when you lifted the plastic...
Like they witnessed what happened to a possum out here about 4 years ago.
That's kind of like a etch-a-sketch.
That caught it up in the cage and somehow that motherfucker got his nose to the edge of that fucking trap. That male coon of mine got a hold of his fucking head and pulled it right through the fucking trap.
And then you hop over there and draw stuff and pull it up and clear it and start all eating. That possum did it.
He showed real quick like how he fucked some shit up. And then he turned and spit it out on the ground and looked at me.
You know, silly buddy.
They'll kill shit and they'll just leave it laying there. It's over with, they're done with it.
Used to
yeah, first stuff. Alright, I'm out of here. I'm going to go in there and see what's going on.
Cross there. Out of that, yeah. And it looks like
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, I had a Mattel creepy crawler factory. And you plug this thing in, it got about 350 degrees. You take these little molds, poured this goop in there, come out of a kind of a Elmer's glue looking little jug. You put it in there and cooked it, and then you let it cool down and pulled it out of there. And made little scorpions and frogs and lizards and weird looking stuff.
I had one of them, Mattel thing maker.
Could you imagine them trying to sell something like that nowadays? Oh, wow, that's too dangerous. Kids get burned on it. Oh, you can't have that.
Don't have to touch it once and you won't do it again.
And my 2 girl cousins I grew up with, they had the Betty Crocker Easy Bake Oven.
I think it's about time for a fucking doobie.
It'd get, close to 300 degrees. Put these little cups in there and make brownies and cupcakes and stuff. Well, they outlawed that crap too.
Oh yeah, then we had Click Clack.
I still got a pair of them.
Still got bruises from me.
No doubt.
Of course, at my age, they're just hanging down between my legs.
Oh man, we got over lawn darts, call it charts, I think.
lawn darts with the real steel spike deals. You throw them up in there and hope it didn't hit you in the head.
Yeah, we'd even sharpen them up a little bit.
Now, the coolest thing was go down here to like TG&Y back in the day and bought you an Estes rocket kit. And you went home and you glued all this together and painted it and put decals on it and ran out in the front yard and launched that sucker up. If you had the money, you could get the 3-stage rocket that went like 6,000 feet high. Well, you lit it up, you never seen it again.
That's right, it's a one-time rocket. Land on somebody's roof about a block over.
Yeah, I had one that had a payload in it. We caught a little mouse alive one time where we put it in there, shot it up, and me and all the kids on the neighborhood, we chased that thing 4, 5, 6 blocks on bicycles, landed with the parachute, looked at it, and all it was mouse guts and hair in the bottom of that payload tube. Mouse wasn't designed to take about 12 G's. But the number one toy of all, how many of y'all had a Cox airplane that flew on them strings and went round and round and round till you got dizzy and puked and fell down?
Never had one, but I always wanted one.
The RC planes was more fun. I still got probably 5 of them over here.
Now, Roger, did you ever go out there to that Baxter Field out there at Draper and fly them?
Yeah, and the police used to come out there and tell us we was flying too high the Air Force base out there to pick us up on radar.
Yep. Well, they make people buy insurance if you fly out there now, because some of you who was flying out there in a van was coming up that road on the south end of the runway and run into the side of that van, and it had a metal cone on the front of the prop deal that stuck in the side of that van.
Yeah, I've seen pictures where they flew them into them old prop planes. Individuals had, they were small crop dusters, went right through the side of it, stuck in it.
I used to go out there with my son, Saturday evenings or whatnot, we'd just pull up there and park. And this guy had a dead-gun plane. That thing was huge. And it was, I think it was a B-2 bomber. This thing actually had jet engines on it. He lit that thing up, got it fired up, took off. Man, it was unbelievably fast.
They got some rich guy here in Oklahoma, and every year people come from different states, and they got a pond and a lake and a landing strip, and they do all types of crazy shit with it.
Yep, I know who he is. His first name's Don.
I don't remember his name. It's been too long.
His name is Frank. Well, the other guy that I know, he was in our Jeep group. He had, I don't know how many thousands of dollars worth of that stuff.
Wasn't hard to get $400 just in the radio.
Oh, yeah. I always wondered if you pulled up there and turned on your amp and went to talking on your CB if it messed with them, but I think they're on like a weird frequencies.
Yeah, they're close to them RC channels. No, it was the CBRC channels.
Something like 26 something megs.
27,195, 150, there's several of them, and there's one up there about 4495.
Channel 3, Channel 11, there's several RC channels.
Yeah, 3A.
Yeah, they still fly them out there at Baxter, out there by Draper. Kind of neat. Go out there and watch them. You know, the weather, wind's not real high. You know, they don't really fly if it's real windy, but pretty neat to watch them.
I had been out there 20, 25 years.
A lot of them are going to the electric motors instead of the gas.
All of them are doing that now. And that wasn't gas, that was alcohol and oil mixed in it. It wasn't gas.
Yeah, they call it nitro fuel.
Yeah, about 3% nitro is a pretty low number on it. I probably got a bottle over here somewhere.
Probably turned into glue by now.
I had a little, it was called a 35, and it was a actual diesel, little two-stroke type diesel motor. It actually had a little glow plug, spark plug in the top of it. I couldn't wait to fire it up. I was living at my folks, you know, I was about 16, 17. I mounted it on a 2x4 and I fired it up on the kitchen table, and the screws rattled out of it that was mounted to the board. The damn thing went across the bin and wrapped up in my mom's curtains. That was the last time I ever got to fire anything up the house. Stain on them white curtains. That was it. I was out of the house and no more model airplaning starting in the house.
Well, it's time for me to go check and see if the old lady's ready to cook. I'm hungry.
I hope the sandwiches are too hot to eat something hot.
She cooks out there in the smoker out there on the back porch. Put it on and come into the house. Wait 10, 15 minutes, go out and check it.
Roger.
Catch you later, Buffalo. Have fun.
Okay, Speedy, have a good one. Yeah, I gave away a whole bunch. A lot of the motors were brand new, had big old mufflers on them. Brand new. Some of them were still on the box. I gave them to some old boy that was just starting out. A whole bunch of airplanes, 4 or 5 radio controls, fancy ones, and all them parts and everything. I had a little station where you could put a battery in there, and then you had this deal, and you pushed it up against the motor and it started for you.
Wow. I still got probably 14 or 15 of my old planes and stuff, but the coolest thing I had was it's a Cox van. It's orange. And it's got these little wafer disc things that you snap inside of it, and you fire it up, and the little disc made it drive in a different pattern, like an oval or a circle or a figure eight or different patterns. Pretty cool. I still got it in the original box, but I ran it many a time.
I'll be darned. I had the dragster. My buddy had one of them. I had the long dragster. You put it on a string out in some pavement or somewhere out in the dirt.
Yep, it was red with white stripe. I still got one of them, and a kid down the street bought one. He forgot to tie that little bead at the end. He drove a nail in the gap in the sidewalk at both ends and hooked the string up. Had that little plastic deal that held the back tires up. He said, "Watch this," and he pushed that button, and that thing dropped, and it took off. Went down his string and hit that nail. That thing went in a million pieces.
Yeah, we used to put a Y put two nails and put a Y at the end. And it hit that Y, and then it stopped. Well, mine didn't stop. It hit that Y, and it started up in reverse and come right back at me. I had to stop it before it hit that nail.
Yeah, it had that little fork deal underneath it that shut the engine off when it's supposed to got to that little bead tied in the string, like supposed to be like 10 or 15 feet before the end of the racetrack, however long you made it. If you look online now, they got some of them model airplane engines. It's twin cylinder, looks like a little miniature Harley looking motor. And then some other guys, heck, they made V8s, little miniaturized V8 engine kits you can buy.
Yeah, I've seen them. I'm pretty interested in them. Little V8 motors that really work.
Did you see the one that's got the supercharger up on top of it?
No.
Yeah, they got one. It's a replica of a Chrysler 426 Hemi. It's actually got a real blower supercharger on top. It's got 8 little spark plugs. It comes on a little stand you put it together on, a little electric starter. There's a video of it. They fire it up, and that guy's winding up. That thing's sitting there running about, I don't know, sounds like 7 or 8, 10 grand.
My dad, Frank, has a F-16 fighter jet.
A real one?
Well, my dad has a cold plastic box on a shelf in the other room.
Yeah, it's got a real jet motor on it, but it's a remote controlled, yeah.
16 mile.
Oh, mine still got the cold black plastic sitting on the shelf. It proved that he couldn't take nothing with him in the Cadillac, his pickup, or his motorcycle. Money, toolbox, anything. Speak of, yeah, this toolbox sits in my garage to this day.
Yeah, he don't even fly that F-16. It's too fast.
Hell yeah, it'll suck the hair off your wig.
Well, I built one of them. It was called the Little Devil. It was like a flying wing-like thing, and you put a streamer on it. They called them combat planes, and you fly them back to back with another guy, and you tried to cut that streamer off the back of the tail. But I never did get to try it because I couldn't figure out how you got that string lines to keep from getting all tangled up, you know, where you could control it up and down.
Yeah, they do that out in Norman once a month, combat flying, yep.
Those things go so fast you can barely see it.
That's why you don't fly that F-16. Hell, by the time you hear it, it's already gone. It's that fast.
There's a guy out there, Baxter had a helicopter. This thing was probably 4 foot long, had 4 rotors and everything on it. He set it down there and he got it started up. You could hear it winding and winding, the blades starting to turn, and once he got it up to speed, boy, he gave it up. That thing went shot like straight up. He's flying it around there, and he could actually make it loop, which I thought was pretty cool.
Buffalo, if you guys into remote-controlled helicopters and airplanes and shit, you'd love my dad's house, boy.
Oh, sorry, I had to step away and talk to the missus. The queen walks in and speaks, I listen.
Speedy, I hadn't done anything like that in 20, 30 years or more.
Got a remote-controlled Cessna 152 hanging on my bedroom wall right now. It's 4-foot wingspan.
Dang. What's he gonna do with all that stuff?
It's just hanging there. Got the motor. I mean, it'll run along with my helicopter too, but they just set there for looks. I'd like to get that F-16 off them, hang that up too.
Well, hopefully this winter, my project's going to be to build me a racing riding lawnmower. See if I can break a few bones on one of them.
Be like Tim the Toolman Taylor, huh?
Well, they've been watching them down there in El Reno. We pulled up here and watched them, and I thought, well, heck, man, there ain't too much money involved in it. You got to take the blades off. You got to leave the deck on it on certain class that, you know, what I'm going to start out in. And pretty much, you know, they got different engine classes. They got one that's unlimited. I mean, heck, you can put a Kawasaki Hayabusa on it if you got the balls to drive it. with a 350 big block on a wheelchair. That would be a blast to ride. On a Craftsman riding mower at a truck and tractor pull, because your class is, you can put any kind of motor on it as long as it's sitting on the original type frame and the original hood will shut over it. You know, I mean, you can cut holes in the hood, but it's got to have the original front grille and hood. And this thing is 454 with a blower sticking out of it, and I was like, man, that's a wild-looking little, they call them mini poles. Got a 454 on that? Yep, aluminum, John Rodak, 454, all aluminum block with a blower on top, sticking up out of that little Craftsman. Well, it was one of the big garden tractor Craftsman mowers. Had a little bitty set of six-pack puller tires on the back, solid rubber tires, wheels on the front. They pull it up to a little bitty miniature sled like the big trucks use. It's got kind of like bars sticking out the back, so that chain was to break or something, it don't flip over on top of you and kill you. I know that's right. See, that's a lot of power there, boy. Yeah, look them up on YouTube sometime. It's garden tractor truck poles. Pretty cool looking stuff.
I just want to look at Google Moon.
Google Moon?
Google Earth, Google Moon.
Oh, okay.
Roughneck could ever get his ship ready, we could just go up there and look at it live.
Oh, yeah.
You got a fucking problem? That's your problem, ain't it?
I probably got 50 big old truck tire inner tubes we could tie together. I could make a slingshot big enough to get you halfway there.
We could tie it on that scissor tail thing over the highway, shoot it up there.
Heck yeah, I pull you back with my winch on my Jeep. When you say go, I just cut the rope, shoom, off you. Not make you splatter up like a bug on the Devon tire.
Smoke break.
Yeah, I gotta run over and get some parts I ordered. They're supposed to come in on the truck at 5, so I gotta get ready to go pick them up so I can have all my pieces when it cools off tonight.
gonna do? What you gonna do?
Oh, I know. I got my desk moved. We're into the living room where I can watch TV and talk on the radio, too.
Got it made now.
Hell yeah. Liking this a lot better.
I just had to turn around here and see if the TV in the living room was on. It's not. Because I bought this one here in the man cave back when my youngest daughter was still living here with her kid and her fiance. And I bought it for my radio room / man cave. Papa's shit. 50-inch Jade sand yoke.
Heck yeah. My TV in the living room now is a 55-inch.
All right. Yeah, I got a 50 in there and hanging on the living room wall. A 40 in the bedroom, and there's a 32 on the back porch, which when I do some other shit up there, I'm gonna upgrade. I got a 40 over in the storage I'm gonna put in there.
Heck yeah.
We used to sit out when it was nice weather and sit out there at the patio table. It's all covered. Have fucking TV with all the shit I can do in here, I do out there. Music, all that. We just sit out there and enjoy the outside.
But I bet not in this heat.
No. That's why I said when the weather's better.
Hell yeah.
When it's high 50s overnight, low 60s, then it's permissible to sit out there after dark. I sat out on the front porch while ago and thought I was going to croak. The son came by and got two 17-inch tires I had sitting in my garage I'm never going to use. Shit, they're 3/4 better tread. A couple of those Kelly edges. Real good tire. I mean, if I got alert, look on Walmart, they're like $180 a piece. So he picked them up. He's going to put them on the back of his truck and grab my electric chainsaw to take out my brother's place and do some tree work.
Hell yeah.
They got to get some dead woods and some other shit cut down around that trailer house out there before the next big shit comes through. And they're taking stuff that was scattered around the land out there, and they're taking over my boy's property, and they're dumping it down in this ravine because they're going to fill that ravine in. But the old guy that owns that property next to him told him, said, shit, whatever you want to dump in there, trash, old furniture, whatever, man, that's fine with me. So that's less dirt I got to push in there and pack down.
Hell yeah.
And I said, well, I got a bunch of stuff in my garage I need to go by. Just bring your trailer. He goes, yeah, I'll get a couple of things done. I'll come by with it and we'll get it done. I'm like, cool. A lot of it's like an old wiring harnesses, old lawnmower part shit that I'm not ever going to fuck with. Some old car part stuff I'm not going to fuck with no more. I don't do that shit anymore. Some wood for like a porch, them old school porches, and that old porch wood, but they're just like fucking 2 and 3, 4 foot pieces, and they're nothing no bigger than that. I got a shitload of them, a bunch of leftover, that's got to go. Hell, I got 2 square of shingles, but I'm gonna keep them because they're the same shit as I got on top of this house right now.
Hell yeah.
Anybody's smart, man, you don't throw away shingles, you keep them.
Oh yeah, my neighbor just gave me 3 large pizzas. Hell yeah.
Chow down until your belly hurts.
I know that's right.
I think that'd be about 2 slices and that'd be done.
By the way, that super glue seems to be holding it pretty well.
Yeah, it works. There's some places they don't stitch, they just pull it together and put that shit in there and put a little fucking butterfly thing on it and that's it. You know, my nephew fought roosters and shit, and he was down there in southern Oklahoma, and they attached them fucking razor blades to their legs to do more damage. Well, he went to pick his rooster up at the end of the fight and didn't grab it just right, and that motherfucker laid into his forearm. From the bend of his elbow to 2 inches above his wrist laid wide open, right down beside every major vein.
Yeah, well, I stitched this back up and put super glue on top, so it's doing pretty well.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he said, old boy out there, man, went to his truck and got a bit of super glue. And come back up there and they kind of cleaned it up a little bit, dabbed it dry, and started dropping super glue in there and pressing it together. And he said, hell, it was like that for about 3 weeks, about 2 weeks. And he showed me the scar. I mean, they left a scar there, but it worked.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I'm definitely going to have a good scar, but that's all right. It matches the other ones.
Oh, man, it was like my body. I know what you mean.
Yeah, as a kid, I run through the house, went through a glass door. Yeah, I know all about that.
Hell, I've had another door clock me in the chin, cut my fucking chin open. I was 1.5 years old, like on one of them old wooden shopping carts drove away. And I went through it, and my bottom teeth went completely through my mouth, through the inside and came out the outside of it. I still got the scars from all that shit. Fuck hell, I've had the back of my head sewed up twice, fucking chin sewed up twice, fucking ears sewed up, because I about ripped it off my head. God damn, I mean, I can go on and on. Me, hell, I had to have it pinned and fucking wired back when I was a kid from a motorcycle. And then we go to the back shit, the kidney stuff, and fuck, I've got scars all over my body. Ain't we all just a bunch of fucking battlefields? These scars remind me, hell, I can endure anything.
Yeah, I got a lot of scars on my legs from driving them damn wreckers.
Right. I remember back in the day, hell, even me and my missus got together to go check out a new fishing hole. I'd jump out of the truck, leave the door open, go truck off down through the vines and everything else, wearing shorts and tennis shoes. Come back to that truck, my legs be bleeding. She's like, God damn, your legs are bleeding. I'm looking down like, oh, okay.
That's the same way with me.
But that was a used to. I can't do that shit no more.
Now my damn dog starts getting rowdy with me and everything. She'll scratch my arm and I'll start bleeding. I don't even notice it until after I get blood on myself or on something.
319, how about a radio check?
It's working.
319, how about a radio check on the 428 Color background, Northeast Georgia.
He was where? Northeast Georgia?
Sorry, my missus walked in here. I gave her undivided attention.
Heck yeah, that's all matters.
When the queen walks in, you gotta give her her time.
I know, you're right.
Is it not, then it's awesome. You gonna listen to me, huh? What? Yeah, her whole family called me that, but hell, I've had it tattooed on my forearm since I was 15. It was kind of a youngster childhood nickname I had, so when I was 15, I tattooed it on myself. It was my first tattoo. Did it my damn self, too. But, yeah, that's what they all refer to me as. They won't use my name.
Hell yeah.
So if I hear her holler out, hey, Hoss, and it's somebody from her side of the family. Too many damn Johns in that family. This one was married to one, this one had one, that one had one, so that's the reason, one of them.
Well, that's like my side of the family. There's like 3 Raymonds.
Yeah, right. Well, when her son acquainted me and her together, that's what he referred to me because of that. I never even, hell, I'd stand out there and smoke a joint with him at the back of my truck, and motherfucker didn't even know my real name.
Hell yeah.
And that's how we got it together, was because of him. Yeah, she'd been single like 10 years, and, you know, we're telling her, Mama, you know, y'all don't need no man, you don't need no man. Her kids would tell her that shit, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, her was like, Mama, I got a friend I want you to meet. And she's like, what the fuck, you know? That's her kid, you know. No, I don't want nothing to do with none of his friends, you know, thinking somebody his age. Oh, well, hell, I'm old enough to be his daddy, but that's beside the point.
Hell yeah.
And hell, I'd talk to him like when he's one of my own, too, and she'll look at me funny sometimes, and he'll say, nah, Mama. He said, man, Chris, sometime need that. Nah, he yanked his ass, because if he don't, man, Chris does what he want to do, and that gets me in trouble. And he's almost 40 years old.
Hell yeah.
Shit, about her daughters, don't you think about saying nothing cross about me. They'll pull up a ponytail and get ready to fight you. Well, I guess because her last ex didn't treat her too well, and their daddy got up and walked out when her son was 8, more or less went to go get milk and never came back. That's putting it nicely.
Uh-huh.
And that's why I reminded my kids of one day. I said, your daddy didn't do that shit to y'all. So you don't know what it's like for those that go through that. Well, the rumor has it she was single 10 years prior to me and her meeting, so I guess that's what it is. And she'd never held a fishing pole. Now she's an avid fisherman. She's done it, you know, hell, any time I went since we've been together, she's been right there with it, so she's done popped herself one at about 40 pounds herself, so she's done good with that. She wanted to pick up on archery and made sure it's what she wanted to do. We went and bought her a bear finesse and got her all outfitted out. She got her own case and arrows and all her own shit. And with a little practice, she got pretty damn good at it. And then she wanted to get into guns. She never held a gun or fired one ever. She never done none of this shit. But now she's got her own fucking pistols, guns, everything else. Shotguns, rifles.
Hell yeah.
Well, her son come up on a 50 cal Hawkins. He called me one night. He said, man, I'm going to bring this gun over. I'm going to show you what I got now. I said, all right. I said, what is it? He goes, I'm not going to tell you. Well, he come walking in the door, front door, and I'm in his back bedroom, and I can see from there to the door. And as soon as he came in with a 50 cal Hawkins, he just stopped. He goes, how the fuck did you know? I said, I could tell by it in the octagon barrel.
Yep.
We brought it in here in the light, and I showed him right there where it said Hawkins on it and a 50 cal. That's the way. He said, man, old boy owed me some money, man. He told me, man, this is about a $500 gun, man. I owe you $3, man, when you take it. And he goes, yeah, sure. So I told him, I said, man, if you ever want to get rid of it, let me know. So he ain't never going to shoot the motherfucker.
No doubt.
Like I told my missus, a goddamn 50 cal Hawkins would blow the leg off of a fucking buffalo.
Yep, you're right. That'll help.
Well, you hit that motherfucker in the leg, that leg's coming off. She looked at me real funny and she was, well, I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, you think that goddamn 12 gauge, that 20 gauge fucking put a whoop on you, that lightweight when they kicked real hard? I said, that ain't shit. You fire that 50 cal Hawkins, it's gonna let you know you fired off a fucking gun. It's gonna kick like a mule. So you better make sure you're squeezed up on that motherfucker real tight like it's your lover.
Yeah, 'cause it's going to kick you like a mule.
If you don't, it will. It'll knock your fucking teeth out. That's why it gets me. You see people that are green, they don't know about that shit. And when they go to shoot and pull a trigger on something like that, they want to lunge it forward. Oh no, you ain't going to be able to lunge that fucker forward. Pull that bitch tight in that shoulder. Because I told her that the first time she fired off a 20-gauge shotgun, and she didn't listen. That motherfucker bruised her. Fuck, it was 2 or 3 weeks before she could do it again.
And you know, you get a little bit of breeze there. Well, probably about 9 miles per hour.
After that, she listened. She pulled that motherfucker tight into that shoulder. Fired, and she was, oh, that wasn't bad at all. I'm like, that's what we're trying to tell you.
Hell yeah.
You don't fight it, you embrace it.
Hello, butterfly.
You become part of that gun.
I appreciate that. I'm just running my $5 driver. That's it. That's my way.
Yeah, I won't wait till they get the damn range open back down there in Lexington again. They shut it down. It's supposed to be open somewhere in, I guess, first week of October. Because I got a 9mm rifle I'm going to take down there and check it out.
Hell yeah, that'll be something.
The same shells as my pistol.
Hell yeah, that'll be something.
That became available and I got it on a trade. Which is fine with me, then I ain't gotta have multi-caliber the fucking ammunition sitting around. Hell, I've got a nice little stash of 9mm.
Somebody, I believe, said Radio Bill. Radio Bill. Hell yeah, I got a stash of 45 around here and I don't have a gun anymore.
Damn.
Ready for another beer, I'll be back.
Yeah, we got 3 9mm pistols. She's got her Kel-Tec she carries. I've got my SCCY I carry. Then there's a Navy issued 9mm 1911 framework that's here stashed in this room where I can grab it in arm's reach as long as I'm sitting at this desk.
Hell yeah.
And it's not visible, but it goddamn sure become present real fast. That's my asking, what you scared of? Not a fucking thing. I don't even lock my door at night. I'm just like, I wish a motherfucker would.
Hell yeah.
Fucking hell. And while I sleep, I got a 20 gauge laying right there and a fucking 9mm on my nightstand. And she's got one on her side on her nightstand. And her without her glasses on, if that door comes open and she just sees a silhouette standing there, she'll just start shooting. And I've told that to the kids and shit, because I leave that door unlocked in case one of these kids something happen, they need to get a hold of us. Because we don't take our phones to bed with us at night. My front door stays unlocked. Y'all just come in and announce, start announcing yourself as soon as you walk through that front door. Because my chihuahuas are going to go off for one thing. They're going to be there in the alert system. Start hollering out and then we'll know who you are.
I know you're right.
The Chihuahua's bed's about 3 foot from the door. That fucking door handle ain't gonna move. Them fuckers ain't gonna come unglued. I've got a hellacious fucking alarm system around this motherfucker.
Damn it.
Damn it. Damn it. Hey, Chihuahuas are damn good for that shit.
Ankle biters.
Yeah, they ain't gonna, I don't want them to bite nobody. Hell, they're just the alarm system to let me to make the determination if someone needs to get bit or what.
Is that record driver over you're talking to?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Roger. Where is that record driver? It's Moondog. I don't think I've ever talked to you. Hey, Tim Rogers, no doubt about it. Yeah, I was a record driver for over 30 years.
Yeah, I'm just north of you over here. Just north of you there. Probably straight north.
Yeah, are you in the trailer park?
Yeah, I'm over here off of 40th over here and East Street.
10-4.
Living in the trailer park.
Hell yeah. I got a trailer park in the backyard. Got a salvage yard. I got hay that ain't been cut. That's tall grass.
Hell yeah. That's fucked up. We all got trailer parks nearby, but not a one of us live in one. Yeah, I'm on Cinderella Drive, almost down there about 51st.
Roger that. Yeah, I just never got a chance to say hi to you. I thought I would.
No doubt.
How's Dr. Bob doing over today?
I'm just sitting here watching the race.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been watching Wagon Train.
Roger.
Yeah, there's a trailer park between you and Record Driver over in Moondog, which that one you turn and go back north to your place. And then there's the ones between me and Record Driver. There's two of them over here, but I think they're the same people. And then I got the one over here just north of me on the entrance of this place over here.
Yeah, my nephew used to live in that trailer park. Right there on hell. Behind where that 7-Eleven used to be years ago.
Yeah, on Foster Road.
Yeah, that trailer park changed so much. I put a couple of houses in there back in the day when they expanded.
Yeah, they expanded. They went off across Foster Road over off the 48th and put in a bunch more. I remember when they tore all that out and it wasn't nothing but trees and woods and hills and fucking oil field platforms before they ever did anything to it, just on the west side of Foster Road there.
Yeah, a lot of people got the shaft that lived in there back then. Because if you had an old house, they made you move it out. It's kind of a chicken shit deal.
On the west side of Foster toward me?
Yeah, west of the trailer park. Well, they're both the same trailer parks, but yeah.
I know growing up over there, we moved over in 72. I was over there on the western side of Foster Road toward where I'm at now. Between there and Eastern wasn't nothing but trees and woods. Now, there were some houses a little further south there past 51st Street, but I don't recall any houses in that shit. It wasn't nothing but, fuck, I remember getting up there getting stuck in a fucking Baja one time following a trail. But we used to run our motorcycles through all that shit from 44th Street back. From Foster Road to Eastern was trails and woods and all kinds of shit. And a few old oil field platform legs where they had them oil field rigs set up on them big concrete blocks.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. The people lived in there on the east of that. Their old trailers, they made them move them out. They made them move.
Oh, okay, over in the park.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened over farther south too over there. I can't remember his name, but I knew him. He was a house mover. He had that trailer park over off 59th there back north.
Yeah, you go straight down Foster Road to 59th. There's one right there. That thing was run down for quite a few years, and here, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, somebody went there and bought it and cleaned that place up and put in new concrete driveways and nice trailer houses. They got that place looking good.
Yeah.
That was Brian, it was his name. He moved mobile homes, but no, his son-in-law come in there and took that over. I don't even know if Brian's still alive or not. But, yeah, he come in and took that over and cleaned it up.
Now, see, there's one just east of there that's been established really nice. I can't remember the name of it. It's what the fuck, Arrowwood or some shit.
Yeah, I don't remember names and shit. I know where they're at, but I know pretty much who run them. Because I used to go in and out of them a lot, pulling houses. And you had to learn to get along with them people. They'd make it hard on you moving in a house or moving one out.
Right. Yeah, I can't think of the name of that one. It's just east of Foster Road, but on the north side of 59th there. I can't remember the name of it.
They're adding to that too.
I mean, the entrance there is on 59th Street itself. It's right there. It's across from that one where the pedos stay in over on the south side.
Yeah, you know, I can't remember the name of that. I know the guy that owned it, his name was Brian. I can't remember his last name. Well, he pulled houses himself for years.
Roger.
Does Foster Trailer Park sound right?
No, that used to be the one there on Foster Road. Now they call it Park Forest or some shit.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that and have a brain fart. But anyway, I wanted to say hello over there to Dr. Bob and the record driver. Wave a hand, snowman. I'm going to get back quiet.
Yeah, I'm going to sit there and smoke his joint for a minute and see what else the bear got to say. Got a lot of old memories of this little corner of the woods. That when I was a kid record driver, I lived about 3 blocks north of you over there.
Hell yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, they're adding on to that trailer park on the east side of Foster and the north side of 59th Street.
Hey, Roger.
Doing a lot of dirt work over there, like they're leveling it all out and everything.
Yeah, that's that one I was talking about that they guy went in there and somebody went there and bought that and got rid of all the old run-down trailers and trees that were down on the roads. You couldn't drive down them. I think there was only 2 people still living over in there. But now you got that place looking nice, and I think they're fixing that onto the back side of it. Because it's just east of that one there that's right there at Foster Road.
Yeah, there's trailers there. You know, there's an actual street that runs back east off of Foster there for those trailers, and then now they're going to the south of that.
Yeah.
They're going all the way out to 59th Street.
Yeah, that used to be my shortcut coming from 59th Street, coming through there, but hell, I ain't been through there in years.
Yeah, and I go through there every once in a while, just look and see what's changed over the years. Like I said, we moved over into this corner area in 72.
Yeah, I remember that little old, there was a 7-Eleven there, then it was a bar, then it was a little trading post. Oh, I think it's just an empty building now, or a church.
Yeah, I think it's some little Mexican church or some shit now. Yeah, I remember that JB's Easy Nights.
Tell me.
I made an event center out of it.
Either watching 3 Stations. That little bitty thing.
Yeah, that little bitty thing. They made a little event center out of it.
These are Mexicans own it, so they can have quinceañeras there.
that little old shop there, but it's been 15 years ago, but I was in there talking to them. They was shutting it down. But the old woman, she got rich in there. She found a bunch of gold. I'm talking big money gold.
Right.
Found it back there in the back of that place because that old woman that had the trading post, I guess, hibernated it. Then she died. The guy was telling me, yeah, she come into some big money.
Oh, I bet.
Might check it out.
Yeah, must have been hiding it in the walls.
Yeah, there ain't no telling. She probably had it hid out in the walls. That'd be the best place to hide it, probably.
Yeah, depending on how the diameter, man, they got pretty big too, right? The old consoles.
She had the right idea of saving that gold, but she should have let somebody know about it. I guess she died, and somebody else took that building over and started renting it, and they found all of it. Damn it.
Yep, and that just reminded me, damn.
They's gonna open up their trading post, and they got so rich they didn't even open up. They just paid rent a while and then let it go back. People are looking at stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I gotta correct myself.
Boy, that town of Minko, that must be one screwed up town now.
Stereo, radio, AM, FM, with speakers, but it was a big piece of furniture.
They have no water in Minko for people to drink, and the only damn thing they're worried about is the football field. That's just stupid.
Yeah, man. These are the tubes. Tubes were okay. But, yeah, there was a lot of, almost probably antique old furniture. I didn't want to drive all the way up there to get it or have it shipped down here, so I just let it all go. Even had an old set, original in the box. Yeah, I actually wanted those. Yeah, they're technically less now, I think. Things when we were younger. Now you have regulations to protect us because we're not smart enough to be able to see. Yeah, that's right. Specific either.
Well, Monday's a high 97, Tuesday the high is 106. Termite.
Careful, if your nutsack's gonna stick to your leg and you ain't careful.
Yeah, I don't run no air conditioner out here. I just got a fan, but our God is getting tough.
I ain't worried about being tough. I'll sit there with this AC going, fuck it.
Yeah, I can't afford to pay a high-ass electric bill.
Well, I can't neither, but goddamn, I just pay that motherfucker.
And where's Rocky at?
Where's that one-pill mobile with the slight squeal?
Probably sitting nowhere at the pool.
I never got the whiskey, but I did get the Mercurochrome. I believe it. I mean, the cough syrup they had back then, they had a lot of alcohol in it too, right? Oh, yeah.
Give me some chicken on a stick.
With gravy on the side.
Yeah. That must be Buffalo. Good grief. And then some. Speedy. Slap some mud on your adobe. The roof is leaking like a sieve.
What?
Burrito sounds pretty good right now.
Yeah, I got 3 crunchy tacos a couple days ago. That's pretty good.
Was they super tacos?
No, they were just cheese and lettuce, a little bit smaller.
Yeah, them super tacos, I was fixing to say, if you ate 3 of them, you was hungry.
Yeah, I usually have like 2 of them. That's all I can do is eat 2 of them.
Yeah, me too. And that's pushing it. I'll eat 1 super burrito and that'll fill you up.
That's for doggone real.
I don't like them black olives though.
Oh man, I love them black olives. Put lead in your pencil.
Put some hot sauce on it, you can't taste it. Keep it playing. Trying to get up.
You dip them in tartar sauce, so it tastes like little pieces of fish.
I guess nobody riding the wave. See if that wave was coming over here to the hills of Tennessee.
Oh, I hear Skip land.
Yeah, I've been hearing them out there for a little bit. When Snowman and them were talking that Skip come in, I couldn't hardly hear Snowman. When that Skip come in, it wiped him out.
Oh no.
get Camelman's antenna, put it up over Snowman.
Yeah, it's still there.
That's weird.
It really is weird. Driving by there and thinking back all the years, 2 or 3 years talking to the Camelman on the radio.
About the birds landed on that top of the antenna and bent it over.
Yeah, same thing happened to mine too.
Might have been a tornado, did it?
Probably a big ass crow.
Them little, I don't know what kind of hawks they are. They kind of flying through and they fly underneath my carport real fast. They're like, what the hell was that? Some kind of tight hawk or something, I don't know. They're mean, they'll attack you.
Never really seen them before or paid attention to them. It's like the last 3 years or something.
Keeping the rabbit population down, I guess.
That's probably what it is.
There's one hawk out there, I don't know what it is. It might be a buzzard. I don't know. Huge, giant, big wingspans. I'm like, damn, what kind of bird is that?
A pterodactyl.
Yeah, you go get my pterodactyl license. The land of the unknown is on now.
That from the 60s?
I think it's from the 40s. Black and white. Old dinosaurs. I don't know. Animation's not real. The effects aren't real good. Yeah. Wendy's. Eat there every meal.
Used to eat there all the time a long time ago, but it's been a while.
Yeah, they went downhill. I used to eat there. It's pretty good, but back in the day.
I used to like her, go to the drive-thru and get a biscuit.
One of them big old cinnamon rolls.
Man, I still miss the Western Sizzling.
Yeah, isn't that where they forced them workers in the cooler and shot them all or something?
No, man, that was a sirloin stockade at I-240 and Penn.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about the one on 12th Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sirloin stockade deal, that was a bad thing there.
Yeah. Then that gal said she didn't have nothing to do with it, but she did.
Yeah, 1978, I remember that way back then. Killed that family on I-35 down by Falls Valley, I think. They come up here and killed, what, 6 of them in that sirloin stockade.
Yeah, put them all in the freezer. Yeah, that was terrible. I remember that.
That's why you gotta stay strapped.
Back then, we didn't think about it though.
No, we didn't. Hell, nobody carried a gun back then. Except bad people. You know, back then it was illegal. You couldn't carry a gun around like a pistol or anything.
No, we did. Back in the day, we had our guns in the back of the truck and this and that, you know, a pistol here or there.
Yeah, well, you had to have it displayed like in the seat or back window or something.
Fishing pole. I just had to put my fishing pole there in case it ran across the pond.
Yeah, I've done that before.
cover fire. Going in.
Take off.
damn old Shazam, no doubt about it.
I know you're right.
God damn, man. This is a fucking graveyard of a day here now. Saturday night, you think it's a Sunday church.
which is really cool. Yeah, he's a big car guy too, I guess. He's like in the Dodge Club down there. No wonder you were Ghost Man.
Hello. Hello. Sound all right?
Yeah.
My Yezu, Roger.
Well, what was that? I was leaning over doing something.
My Yezu.
Hell yeah, on the Yezu.
There's a processor now. I don't need that.
Yeah, Moondog, if I was you, I'd leave it right where it is. It sounds choice over here real good.
Roger, Dodger. Right there, skiing up about 10 watts, swinging about 50.
Yeah, I like the audio on that. It's real clear, crystal clear.
Roger, Dodger. Yeah, I just sitting over here playing with it, Roger.
Four.
That didn't sound good.
Alrighty, hey, I'm gonna get back quiet.
I was just fucking with you.
Roger, Dodger. Well, everybody sounds good on this thing. Yeah, I got a power mic on the wire port. I just ain't never really got into wiring it yet. Rattlesnake, you out there?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, can you tell me on your waterfall if I need to go up or down on frequency or if I'm pretty close?
A little bit down. Need to go up just a hair.
Yeah, they're right there.
Now you're just a hair on the other side, but that's closer than it was.
Well, okay. Yeah, I got it marked on this thing here. I got it on my dial. I can tell now. 188-27-1, 27-8-4 is what it is for top dead center.
Hell yeah.
That's on my readings. Sound all right over there?
Yeah, it's clear.
Roger, Dodger. Alrighty, I'm gonna get back to quiet. Thanks. I just wanted to check. Tell me how far on frequency I've been. Appreciate it, bud.
Oh, Roger, right on.
Wave my hand, Buffy, if you can hear me.
Oh, I'm sure if he's out there, he can definitely hear you.
Yeah, I heard him key up out there. Wave my hand there, brother. Crank up power a little bit. Hey, Buffy, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there wasn't Buffy. Damn it.
I don't think that was Buffy.
Yeah, I'm over. I drank too many beers. I'm in, damn it, Rocky. Alright, I'm gonna get back quiet. I done screwed up. Don't know who the hell I'm talking to. Damn it!
I might be wrong, but that might have been Rocky out there, I heard.
Yeah, it was definitely Rocky. It's hard for me to make it out there, this antenna. I was out there a while ago cutting trees down around my antenna so I could let it down. Damn, I got some trees as big as a silver dollar growing right up the middle of my antenna tower. Kind of hate to cut them down. That's good reinforcement. Keeps my antenna straight.
Yeah, I had an antenna on the top of a pine tree once, the very top. And I tell you what, I got out all over the place with that.
Yeah, my brother-in-law down there lived down there in Conroe, Texas. He had one up there at the top of them pine trees. Hell, it's about 100 foot up here. That was a talking motor scooter. I never could talk to him from Oklahoma, but boy, if I got down there around Conroe, man, me and him could talk. I asked him, who climbed up there and put that antenna up there? He said, well, I promise you it wasn't me. I never have been able to talk to somebody I knew down there in Texas. Me and my nephew one night, we was talking to somebody out in Arizona, me and him both. They could hear him, and they could hear me, but I couldn't hear him, and he couldn't hear me.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that guy out there in Arizona was 10.5 for us. It's pretty cool.
Hell, you told me you didn't want that cocksucker 10.5 for you.
Well, it was a guy out in Arizona. It wasn't somebody local, Roger.
Or am I thinking of somebody else? Silver Pilot here. What the fuck is that?
That sounds like somebody, an escort. Sounds like a damn escort, doesn't it?
You better flip the switch on, come on.
Hey, Dr. Bob, how does this thing sound up there?
I got the big radio. Yeah, I can tell.
I'm glad you're hearing me up there, Dr. Bob. I'm running barefoot right now.
Yeah, I hear you, Moon Dog.
Big radio.
Big radio. Got a big radio.
Big radio. Boy, I tell you what, one thing about it, this one here is big. Heavy, too.
Hell yeah, it's a handful.
Well, I tell you what, that's the reason they put suitcase straps on it for you. Hell, they got that thing fixed up where you can carry it. If I get old Gary out here tonight and get him to tell me how to operate this thing, I'd be in good shape.
Well, you don't want that. Hell, he burned his up, so you don't want any advice out of him.
Well, you know, I didn't think that through. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Dr. Bob. I got that mic you gave me all figured out, all the wiring code on it and stuff. I'm gonna have to get around here and solder my plug-in on it and put that on this radio, and I bet this thing will talk then. watch this Singuli. That T-Rex is getting ready to eat somebody.
Hell yeah. Damn, graveyard dead again or what?
Sure sounds like it.
Man, I'm about to take a shovel, go out there in the yard and start flipping dirt.
Hell yeah.
I went there and set my coffee pot up for in the morning. Grab me a little bitty bowl of chips, sit there and kind of chew on these, play around with the computer and see what was going on. Hell yeah.
Pointed in your direction? Yeah, this is the way it works. I key up, he it's just that simple. He's got nothing to say that has any merit whatsoever. He's fucking nothing but a piece